Cool. All right, so we're live over on YouTube. Let me pop out the chat. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? Let me throw a lurk on some channel. Yeah, there we go. Smoking some brisket and coding outside, huh? Nice. All right, so we need to clean up this main branch. First and foremost, let's look at our deploy YAML branches main. All right, so we'll get that pushed up. Deploy will end up changing, but bare minimum, we just want to check out another branch. This branch is going to be Dockerized testing. Oop. Okay, so we get that pushed up. Oh. Delpoi. Rename workflows. We get both pushed up. We're going to have issues with both for sure. But that's not the problem right now. What's up, WebDev2? How you doing? Oh, I need to pop my shoulder. Doesn't want to pop for some reason. What's everyone up to today? Right? Sergeant Pepper's smoking some brisket, coding outside. Isn't it a bit chilly where you're at? It's pretty chilly here. It'd be a little too cold for coding outside for me. Actually, maybe the laptop's keeping you warm. Damn, it's 70 in Long Beach? Okay. That makes sense. 70 is pretty warm. All right, so let's head back to the Dockerized testing branch. Should see these things getting renamed. Yep, we see deploy and test. Deploy is going to be totally different here at some point, but not what we're worried about right now. Find it interesting. We didn't see anything kick off for that, but we do see it running, so we're good there. And we see that it's on the branch that we wanted. Perfect. How do I set the squash and merge setting for like when we do a PR? It's going to be over in settings. Oh, there's no way to require only that. What's up, Lightspeed? How you doing? Okay. So I think we're good there. Do we have any votes for any other languages? Yeah, I think we're good there. Okay, so now we're going to be fiddling with test.yaml. Deploy is going to be an entirely separate step. I pretty much only want deploy. I want deploy to depend upon a successful test. How do we do that? Hey, what's up, Tim? How you doing? Been a little bit. Yeah, what have you been doing? Custom game editor for new project? Is that so you can like make like courses and like racetracks like easier? Because I think that's a great idea when you have like a racing game, etc. Is it possible that you're also going to do it for like for people to create their own tracks? Right? Are you going to embed it with the game so that people can maybe submit user submitted tracks? Or is that maybe outside of scope? Because that's like a whole extra thing. I mean, it makes a whole heap of sense just for yourself so you can iterate quickly on tracks. But yeah, eventually, like, user-submitted tracks could be interesting, too. I think that's a lot of how some in-game editors actually end up working. I feel like that's how they did a lot of prototyping for, like, Skate 3 and stuff like that, too. So it's not an in-game editor, and it would be a larger target, for sure. It could always be something that you add as, like, DLC or, like, free, like, I don't know. I think I actually like the idea of it being a paid DLC because it's its own, like, separate, like, effort to maintain it and build it, to build the infrastructure of people submitting tracks and stuff. I could see that being a good paid DLC at some point. Right? For a game that gets big enough. But, yeah, do whatever you want. I'm just thinking out loud. But yeah, it's always like way more effort than you would expect to maintain like user submitted content. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, but like why do it from the start if the game doesn't take off, then, you know, it's wasted effort. Exactly. Yeah, seeding that community is hard. So if it were to build itself or just build up in general, then supporting it becomes easy. Or not easy, but like an easy decision because it's already there. Rather than building the tools first and then trying to build the community. So yeah, I totally get that. That makes a lot of sense. What part of the editor were you working on today? And yeah, for everyone joining my stream right now, what we're working on is we're running into some weird networking issues inside of our GitHub Actions. My step today is we did something like 20 plus commits yesterday, polluting our Git history, which isn't that big a deal most of the time. But I decided to create a new branch, and we're going to be separating out our test workflow from our deploy workflow. And one of the steps we want to do right now is make sure that our test workflow succeeds before we do a deploy workflow. Technically, they're the same thing right now, just because we kind of like forked them. But yeah, right. A dependency between workflows on GitHub Actions would be kind of cool. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries, Tim. Yeah, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. So yeah, how's everyone coming in from the raid? Y'all celebrating the holiday at all? Are you a curmudgeon like me and it's just another day for you? I still like the fact that other people enjoy it. You know, it's just not a holiday for me. I may not have turkey, but at least I got chicken. Sorry, I was trying to make a reference there. Just another day for you. That's fine, you know. There are people that really like this holiday, if only for the food. I think the fact that it brings families together, possibly for like, you know, the 1 or 2 times a year that it happens, that's also really good. I just don't like the origins of the holiday. But I'm not going to get too cynical on you. You just don't like holidays in general? I think birthdays are nice, again, as a reason to bring together friends that might not have a reason to get together as often. Spent 5 hours smoking a turkey? Oh, interesting. I never really thought smoking turkey would be worthwhile because it's so thick. Interesting. I mean, Thanksgiving is not a Columbus thing. Sergeant Pepper, at all. Your knowledge of history is a bit lacking. It's not related to Columbus whatsoever. You see your family often. Makes sense. Yeah, completely unrelated to Columbus. The boat wasn't even from the same country. Like, come on. All right, there you go. Yeah, no worries. Deep fried turkey? Okay, not bad. Yeah, I've only ever had like the traditional, like, you know, braised and oven cooked. I think like holiday turkey is great for soups. If I were to do the turkey thing, I'd get one tomorrow when they're on sale and I'd cook it just to like put it into some soup and then freeze some soup. I don't think I have room in the freezer right now for that though. My mom used to do a really good one. I bet she still does, but like, you know, I just haven't had a Thanksgiving with mom for years, so. But yeah, she does a really good turkey soup. It's never salty enough. But, you know, you can always salt it yourself. Yeah, turkey sandwiches, like, you know, just turkey in general, tends to be a bit dry. Smoking it might be a good way to keep it Yeah, keep it juicy. Yeah, exactly, Sneaky. That's the thing that gets me, right? A lot of people that pretty much never cook on their own think it's a great day to like learn how to cook basically. Right? Questionable food preparation practices. How often do you see your family wash their hands when they're making any of this stuff? Yeah, exactly. I could see doing it with like little Cornish game hens. That would make a little more sense to me. But yeah, happy gobble day. I guess I never think about frying wings. Yeah, I always do oven cooked wings. Just because, yeah, it's been like a family tradition. Not tradition, but it's a dish my mom makes that's fantastic. I need to start making that at some point. It's an involved meal that takes a bunch of time, but oh man, when you do it right, it's so worth it. And you take the chicken grease, pour it on noodles. Deviled eggs. There you go. It's another good one. Those eggs are the devil. Yeah, I'll probably just do some fried chicken tonight. Nice and easy. I'll have to thaw the chicken here in like a couple hours, but you know, that's fine. It's kind of hard to mess up deviled eggs. It's totally possible, but yeah, it's actually kind of tough to mess up a deviled egg. I forget the exact ingredients though. There you go. That's why you're making them. There you go. Nice. I mean, I wasn't saying generic, but you know, there's the basics and then you add some stuff on top. Right? Sprinkle some paprika. Bim bam boom. I guess I've never had a salad that good then either. I don't like a lot of stuff on a salad though. So, meh. I've made good salads before, right? Like at the restaurant I used to work at. right? Like when you slice the ham, you know, like some people just like leave it all clumped. I would actually like spread it out just right. Things like that, like the little details. Ah, you're sick. Yeah, that makes sense, Colton. All right, so yeah, what we're looking at is how to make one workflow only run after another has been run. Yeah, so we saw this part up here. This is the commonly accepted thing, and we would only run these jobs if successful. So deploy here, right? We don't need to publish test server. The job, oop, hold on, what did I do here? Oh, right, and this says needs publish test server. We don't need that. We don't need a service here. Catching up on some work, start a new project, nice. Gotcha, Colton. Yeah, interesting. What are you using to build out your web components? I assume you've heard of Stencil? Stencil's nice because it solves some of the tree shaking issues that web components typically have. Okay, makes sense. And is it just for an application, or are you doing it for, like, are you building a library at all for usage in other things? Because if you're going to do a library, you might even consider mitosis. I haven't heard much about mitosis lately. Would be worth checking into, though. It is still kind of a problem, Lightspeed. All right, so it would be on workflow run. Yeah, that sounds brutal, Colton. Does not sound like a fun project. What? Where's that coming from, guy from Mars? Guy from Mars, people do not appreciate comments like that. It's like telling me I look tired. I look blah, blah, blah. Like, nobody has ever appreciated a comment like that. If they have something they want to tell you, they'll tell you. Guy from Mars, your etiquette is terrible. Because I'm in the middle of typing. Like, dude, guy from Mars, nobody wants to hear that judgmental bullshit. Ever. Ever. You should stop doing it. Not even your partner wants to hear that shit. Your etiquette is terrible. The fact that you're not following says a lot. Seems to me like you're just trolling at this point. Do you think that was gonna bring a smile out in somebody? Like, dude, what the fuck, man? When someone tells you your comment upset them, what do you think the proper response is? Like, your etiquette is fucking awful, dude. There you go, Radiant. Yeah, this is the work that has to be done. Yeah, if Guy from Mars can't grow some manners and understand that they should apologize when they say some shitty statements like that, we can just make sure we don't have to hear their statements anymore. The fact that I had to call out the fact that they should probably apologize, once again, their etiquette is terrible. So yeah, I'm over it. Goodbye, Guy from Mars. My guess is they were just trolling. Because who says that in a stream that they don't even follow? Yeah, it's usually just because I tend to have it hidden over here because it's not necessary all the time. But obviously, you're not on Twitter because it was a popular meme a couple weeks ago of people saying, yep, this is the way. Yeah, I see someone that's getting marked as suspicious. What's up, FD? Thanks for the sub. Yeah, incredibly suspicious. No. Colton, read any of the other messages around you. You're not the only one here. How's it going, Blaze? It's not even Wednesday, which is the worst part, FD. All right, let's commit this over to main. So we know that this is going to fail, so that's not actually going to be able to be run. So we're going to have to work on that. But we do see that at least deploy is not running now. And we'll have to make it run eventually. Oh, interesting. This job was skipped. Okay. Yeah. So let's switch back over to the other branch. We did pull in origin main. Okay, so now back to our testing. Something is up with our networking, and we don't know what yet. Now, publishing our test server totally works. I think this is going to be a flaw. Because we probably only want to make it run on pull requests instead of just branches. Because what if someone were to gut the test server? They would actually end up pushing up the image. So that would be interesting. And what's up, Mr. Mickey the Mouse? Yeah, thanks for hanging out over on YouTube. So yeah, we got the basil stuff commented out for now, just to speed things up. What does the market look like for feature flagging standards? There are no standards. Other than you need some type of feature flagging. How do teams decide on these things? Decide on what? What tool to use or how to do feature flagging? I think, yeah, you might need to specify a bit more what you mean by the second question there. But there is no standard, so. But how to do a feature flag? It's just logic that wraps logic, right? It's an if statement. That's it. Feature flags need to be done at runtime, otherwise it's just an environment variable. Once you've satisfied that constraint, I'm still not sure what you're asking. If your feature flags are not evaluated at runtime, they're not feature flags. Does that answer the question? And if it doesn't, I think I'm going to need you to get a little more specific. So here's something I'm wondering about our test YAML. We need a way of validating some of this. The point to feature flags is to decouple turning a flag off or on from your deploy process. That's it. If it's something you'd like to be able to turn off or on faster than your deploy, boom, runtime feature flags. That's it. It's actually very simple. Some companies only deploy once a week. Some companies do mobile apps where you're lucky if you're able to release it within a few days. In all of those cases, if you have something you want to turn on or off faster than those processes, feature flags are your only option. So really, there's not much of a decision process there. No, it's not random. There's a very clear workflow that is basically just 3 questions. All right, so let's go look at our test flow and see what failed about it. And yeah, exit code 56 means that this is not accessible locally, and it should be. But we don't know why. So yeah, connection reset by peer. So it almost leads me to believe that this container isn't spinning up the way I wanted. It does say the test service is healthy. I wonder if we can add a health check to the test service. So GitHub service container health check. So yeah, it does Docker inspect under the hood, probably. Aha! And it looks like there's a way to do a health command. Okay, so this seems interesting. For this service, Wait, why did they do that? Instead of... Hold on, where's the multi-line string we were doing elsewhere? Right, this part. Right, why wouldn't they use the pipe for that? Ooh, and what does curl-f do? Yeah, what do you mean by a standard? Right? The standard is, do we need to turn this off quicker than we can deploy? That's it, right? That's like the only question you need to ask. Right? And quicker than we normally deploy, not quicker than we can emergency deploy. Because having to do emergency deploys is a smell. But no, Vexilla is not a standard. You just mean like a tool? Yeah, I think you're misusing the term standard there. You absolutely need some kind of tool to do these things because your flags need to live outside of your application. Oh, thanks, Kirby. I was just about to do the help. Okay, cool. I would almost rather see output, though. I don't think I want the -f. I think I almost want to do the command we're doing here, right? I want to make it verbose. I forget what the -s does. But yeah, I think that's the thing you're missing, Blaze. Feature flags are not something that live on the same server or whatever. They have to be remote. Otherwise, it's a problem. Because remote flags can be changed without modifying your deploy processes, right? Without redeploying. So standard, I still think, is the wrong term. A tool, a service, sure, but it's not a standard because there is no standard. Standards are things that many people agree upon. There is no standard. Other than it needs to be remote. Local feature flags are just environment variables. Oh, yeah, I am seeing some of the trace stuff. I feel like we're getting exactly what we need with verbose, though. I think we're getting exactly what we needed. And I don't see trace. I see, like, trace file, trace time, trace ASCII. Yeah, no worries, Blaze. Yeah. I'm just trying to make sure I'm explaining that, right? There's no such thing as a standard, right? There are best practices, but best practices aren't standards. That's an important distinction. When we're talking about technical things, the technical differences between words matter. All right, now what is the dash O. No. So we're not doing dash O. What is the dash O dash? I don't see where that's even being used. Right, so like when I do, hold on, this, I don't actually know what that that dash O is doing. I don't think it's this flag. I think it's something separate. So dash O is for output to standard out? Nah, because this was saying it's for output to a file. Right? Right? So it's write to file instead of standard out. So it's not the same flag. I don't think. I mean, that's needlessly pedantic, Kirby. Okay, so Toaster is saying that dash O dash is basically redundant. Okay. Well, let's let's start this server real quick. Oh, and yeah, hold on. Yeah, the npm install got us. So we'll let that run real quick. Oh, maybe we have... Yeah, maybe we have a Docker container running right now. Let me double check that. We do. Okay, so that's why that's failing. All right, so if I were to remove this then, it is the same thing. So yeah, I think it's just redundant. Okay. Now, what is the dash S? Silent mode. Oh, well, I don't want that at all. Okay. I do think I want the dash V. See it. There we go. Fix that. And let's try pushing this up. What's up, Pravan? How you doing? And yeah, how you doing, Toaster? So yeah, Blaze, I would say at your organization, you absolutely need to have feature flags. Right? Especially consider how long it takes to do a deploy. Even if you're doing continuous deployment, how long is it to get it pushed up through all 3 environments? Or however many environments you have. How long does QA take? Things like that. An honest start to finish of your deploy process, like a timer of that, would be worthwhile to justify and understand why feature flags at runtime are important and why they need to be remotely configurable. Exactly, Toaster. So again, at your organization, how long does it take to go through X amount of environments? How often do you all deploy? I have definitely worked at a company that was a continuous deployment, but it was still an hour and a half before a feature would make it up to production. Because we had 3 environments to do 20-minute bare minimum test cycles through. Then QA has to sign off on it. You need to get people to review your PRs up through all 3 environments. Like, yeah, it's a process. Hour and a half for a company that was releasing many times per day. You use Bazel to build. So keep in mind, though, Bazel and build time are not like feature flags. I think you're just saying that you have a long build process because you have enough stuff in a mono repo that it necessitates Bazel, right? And we're doing some Bazel stuff. But, yeah. Your time from merge request creation to prod is about 5 minutes. You're able to get reviewed within 5 minutes, and then your deploy is fast. I mean, Pravan, I don't think you're being honest about how long the MR process takes. There you go. Yeah, MRs can take time. MR to prod is about 5 minutes. Sure. Yeah. But again, if you're not counting the MR time, then you're not being honest with how long the process takes. You need to start measuring and averaging that out, and I think it'll surprise you. So big thing though, Pravan, even if the approved MR gets merged and it's up in prod in 5 minutes, you all are an edge case. You're lucky, but don't judge other organizations for how quickly it takes you. Most organizations are not that fast. Time savings is huge. Managers being able to change things is huge. These are all part of the process. The time savings is actually one of the bigger parts, though. Like light speed. A manager toggling something isn't going to cost you a lot of money. A feature being live for too long when it shouldn't have been, or when it's failing for customers, will cost you a lot of money, right? That time savings is measurable in its impact. The manager being able to switch something rather than having a dev do it, less measurable, less equatable to a dollar amount. Time is literally money in these cases. So no, time savings is still the most compelling reason. So, yeah, no, Blaze, I would say that is mixing. No, Pravan, they're talking about toggling a flag. Right? A manager being able to turn a flag off or on is a useful case for feature flags. Other people are chatting too, Pravan. Maybe read their comments too. But yeah, Blaze, I would say that's actually a misunderstanding of feature flags. If you have a feature flag that requires a custom build, that's a bad use of feature flags. Your build should ship with everything that needs to be toggled off and on. It just simply doesn't get hit unless that flag is on. Anything else is just an environment variable. It's just a build flag. Build flags are not feature flags. Not in the context we're talking about them. So I think that is maybe part of why you were asking about standards, what should be a feature flag and what shouldn't. Anything that requires a custom build is not a runtime feature flag. If you're doing runtime feature flagging for that, you're probably shipping brittle builds. Right? What you're maybe describing is a canary release. Those are different. That's a very different thing. That is release-based, not runtime-based. Yeah. So again, those are build-based. That is exactly not what I'm talking about here. Not related whatsoever. What you're talking about is configuration. Feature flags are separate from that when we're talking about runtime feature flags. Aha! So our health check actually gets failed out. Now, this is a different log than we saw. This is actually okay. What's up, Yasiri? How you doing? Doing well. So our health check is failing. The local host here could be the issue. But this is nice because it's also failing us out quicker, right? We don't have to let all this other stuff run. Technically, this curl command would have done it for us sooner, but we don't even need to check out the project because, this service container should be running and our health check should be passing. Okay, so here we see Docker inspect It waits up to 32 seconds before checking this again. And yeah, our command is no good. And yeah, this is going to fail out again, probably. Because the container should have initialized by now. Yeah. I wish we could see the output from our health checks. It does look... Oh, maybe health start period is something we need? Right, we shouldn't need more than 10 seconds for it. Let's close a few of these tabs that we don't need. So we know that the server is spinning up. Right? That's the log message we're expecting. And we have the container locally running just fine, because we can curl it. Oop. Oh, Yeah, we need to kill that one. Okay, so I turn to just start swallowing my output. I don't get it. I really don't get it. All right, so no matching process is found. Okay, so now that fails as we expect. Perfect. Yeah. All right, iTerm 2. I don't know what your deal is, but I really don't like that you're swallowing output. And I assure you, we're open. Anyone ever had this issue? Where iTerm 2 just decides to start not showing you everything? It's so weird to me. What's everyone up to? Anything fun? Pretty rarely, though, with any terminal. Yeah, I've had it happen with regular terminal, too. I don't know the cause. I do need to go get some slippers real quick. My feet are getting cold. So give me 1 sec. BRB. All right, and I'm back. All right. Cool. So need to pop open some new tabs here in a sec. So, yes, this is No Delay. For some reason, I read it as like the title of that one Beck album, Odelay. Which is kind of funny. No, no, no. This isn't an issue. I just killed the server and made sure that it wasn't running anymore. Oh, gotcha. I really wonder how old you are. Uh-huh. You mean immature? Gotcha. All right, so we want to go into packages. We see app listening on port. Now we can curl it. Ooh, and yeah, dude. iTerm was even swallowing this output. That is so annoying. Yeah, did you ever figure out why your terminals were swallowing output? Yeah, I believe that too. So we could output it to a file. Yeah, I've had this happen many times before. I don't remember what the fix has been. Reinstalling iTerm actually did fix it for a bit yesterday, which is weird to me. But, oh well. You think it's part of Zish? Here's the thing, I haven't changed anything, though. So why would it randomly start to do it? Wait. Hold on. Oh. So they're doing this as just a test of this. They see that, or we see that that host is totally working too. Okay. So hold on, let's cancel the health check part of things. And let's just see if this curl works. Now, theoretically, that should no longer be that, and this should end up being test server. Yeah, I'm wondering if this would fix it then. Oh, after installing curl on the Ubuntu container? Wait, really? All right, so we might see that fail out because curl wouldn't be there. But let's just double check. Oh, God. Oh, right. So I don't want publish test server to run on the container. The service will, however. Oh, it really does blame it on Zish? Oh, interesting, Lightspeed. Thank you. So that's for piping, but still, like, you know, iTerm, etc. are probably doing piping from the terminal, right? From, like, the standard, I guess terminal is the term? I guess more like from the shell. That's tricky, though, because Mac ships Zish by default. Right? So all I ended up doing is adding oh my Zish on top. I'm wondering if it's something that got fixed in a newer version of Mac OS and I just can't update. That's entirely possible. Yeah, not sure what that was. What about a good budget $500 programming laptop? Nah, man, I have a Mac Mini. I'm going to use the Mac Mini. Can you install Docker image to server without installing any OS? No. Docker itself needs an OS to run on. Well, there you go, Stenu. Maybe use your words. Possibly punctuation as well. But no, I got no recommendations. There is this magical thing called Google. You might try it. Ah, so now curl is not found. Oh, and this step is no longer deploy. This is just test. Take it easy, Dren. I know y'all just want to help them, but teaching them how to help themselves is the proper way to help them. Giving them answers isn't help. right? Is that information they could have found with a quick Google search? You don't trust the internet, but you would trust a random Twitch chat? Come on, Harper. All right, let's see this command run. And yeah, this seems like a hack because we're going to need basil, right? We're going to need basically every other thing that we expect to be there. So the container that we're running on kind of needs like all of that other stuff that's installed. Now it does hint at the fact of like why some of these things, right? Like why that curl wasn't working the other day or yesterday. Oh shit. Hold up. Hold up. Did we see the curl command work? Awesome. Okay. Okay. So boom, we actually get this to work. The service is running. It is accessible from inside of a Docker container. Right? This part's failing now. I'm not sure what. Well, yeah. Docker Compose is no longer there. Okay. Is there a way to reference... Is there a way to reference the actual shell that we care about? Or not the shell, the container. Because we want it to run on like the standard GitHub Actions container itself. Because bare minimum, our Bazel stuff is going to need to do so as well. Right? Because Bazel runs locally instead of in a container. You may want to fix that at some point. Yeah. So running all this within a container is kind of a band-aid. It does mean that our networking works, but it then means that we're missing pretty much every library or package that we end up needing, such as Docker Compose. Bazel wouldn't be there either. We could always create a custom container for it. But yeah, it seems like a band-aid. I don't think we need to map environment variables to this container path. Yes, this is a very short and to the point article that, yep, gave us what we need to at least understand the problem a bit better, but it doesn't help us solve the problem. So it's definitely something to do with how GitHub Actions is doing some magic with the networking under the hood. What's up, Mr. Tumet? And hey, so yeah, let's show you the progress we've made in understanding the problem. If we make the test job run on container Ubuntu, it is now on the Docker network, and then it has full access to test server under the hood, which means that this curl works. But because we're running inside of a container, this Ubuntu container, right, the standard default one, doesn't have curl, so we'd have to install curl ahead of time. That means it also doesn't have Docker or Docker Compose or Bazel or pretty much every single other thing we end up needing. So kicking the job into a container is a band-aid that really isn't solving the problem. It's helping us just understand it a bit better. But this command right here, test server, actually works when inside of the Docker network. And that hints at the fact that, yes, you were probably right, the Docker Compose CI, no, runs on is not implying that. Runs on just simply says what like operating system. Container here is actually kicking it into Docker. Runs on does not. Container does. But I think it's hinting that Docker Compose CI should not be a host, right? We should be using the bridge still, because then that would give us access to test server here. So we can fix that, and maybe that's all we end up needing. Yeah, and bridge is default, so we don't even need to specify. But it means that this is no longer going to work because we can't get access to that network. And I couldn't find anything that allows us to change the network that our test server service is running on, right? I didn't see any options for that. Here's another thing we tried. This health command also is not able to do that. So our health check isn't able to access the Docker server that we spun up, which is also disconcerting. But if I do this, and we go modify those Docker Compose CI files, right, we should probably be able to get rid of that. Let's just comment it for now. I want to see if this is going to work, but then, yeah, extra hosts does not work. And maybe that's fine. So let's try some more. And yeah, I created a new branch just because I didn't want to keep polluting the history of the main branch. And in doing so, I ended up forking the workflows into a test and then a deploy workflow. The deploy workflow depends on test succeeding. But, hold on. Okay, we did comment out container as well. still think we're technically running into an issue of Docker Compose possibly not being what we're looking for. Or at least it's not like attaching to the network we expected or something. Yeah, so we still get this failure inside of our PHP Docker Compose. I might have missed that part. Good call. Yeah, maybe that's the issue. Yeah, it's right here. I totally missed that. I don't know. All right, so let's try pushing this up and explicitly saying network bridge. No, and I don't mind the thinking out loud as long as it's not said as a directive, as a command. That's where I pushed back on some other people yesterday, too. They were throwing darts at the wall as commands, basically, rather than questions or suggestions, or things like, the wonder, like prefix you used. Makes it obvious that you're not sure, right? Framing your statements as you're not sure is necessary. And I think people misunderstand that so much context gets lost. So we don't see the PHP default thing anymore. We do still see this failing, though. We do see that test server host is test-server, however, which does mean that it's getting passed in via the environment variable just fine. But yeah, I think that is usually the cause of the most friction we have with people here in stream. Their lack of online etiquette and framing their statements or questions or commands properly. Right? Phrasing is still a thing. Light speed, you mean like we were just doing? We could do it here in the Docker file, maybe. I think when you're saying a question like that, where? Right? Those details are important. Because we were doing a curl command. You were here when we did it. You mean kind of like how we were doing this curl command right here? We literally just tested and had this work inside of a Docker container. Docker is able to see the test server. So Lightspeed, I think the problem you and I have had is you make suggestions without actually considering what we've already been doing, and you were definitely here during the things we were doing. Is it just a bad memory? Or are you just not paying attention? If you're not paying attention, you should definitely not be making suggestions. I'm just not so sure this is correct. All right, let's try it in the Docker file. What's up, unemployed dev? We just had someone earlier named Jobless Coder join as well. So that was kind of funny. I know, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Are we on Alpine? No? My guess is that I'm almost positive this PHP image is Debian based. Isn't apt-get in Debian? Oh, yeah, good call. I mean, I got a curl-v, though. Wouldn't that log? Or is Docker going to swallow that? I think Docker might actually swallow that. Yeah, and 6, host not resolved. Okay. Yeah, I still don't think we want to expose what we got here as a service container, though. And what do you mean by that? Like, where would it go? In the Docker file? In the Docker Compose? Creating a whole new network at the GitHub action level? I'm not sure what you mean, like, when you say a totally new network. As far as I know, GitHub Actions and their service containers are only going to put it on the bridge, right? On the bridged network. So we're still beholden to how the service container exposes itself to the network and to Docker. And we can't change that. There's no config for the service container to change the network. From what I've seen. Their docs are not amazing. But I haven't seen an option for service containers to do that. All right, so we're still seeing the exit code 6. Hold on. Curl status code list. Yeah, could not resolve host. So yeah, that does seem partially likely that this is the issue. Changing this host, I don't think is going to solve the problem, though, because we still need it accessible. Another problem we're going to have is okay, hold on. Maybe I need to create just one big Docker file that sets up all of the environment BS I'm going to need, right? So it'll install Docker, it'll install Docker Compose, it'll install all that. So then I can build out the container as part of our container build steps and use it as the container for this job, right? In the same way that we're doing, where is it? Container Ubuntu here. This could be container, you know, instead of test server, we'll call it Vexilla/host. So then it'll have my PHP version, it'll have Elixir, it'll have everything we need. Yeah, no worries, Bob. See you again soon. That might be the only way to do this. And I wouldn't spin it up as a service. Instead, it would just be the image that this test container runs on. So then it would have access to the bridged network and all that. No. Keep in mind, the service containers network is not host, it is bridge. We have this article right here talking about it. This is where we got the fix that we needed to run it in a container to get access to that aliased name. Right? The fix is running the entire job inside of a Docker container that is then part of the bridged network that the service container is attached to as well. So theoretically, if I just change this container to one that I've built that has everything I need, that is not the same as the giant one that GitHub Actions runs in by default, would that solve our issue? And then theoretically, we could make that its own workflow that simply listens for specific paths. And those paths would just be the Docker files. So then if those never change, then would would that job actually, or would that workflow even be successful to be listened to? But it would simplify things because then I wouldn't need the Docker Compose files anymore. I might still want the Docker Compose files for local stuff, but we wouldn't need them inside of the GitHub Actions. Discord is this in? Oh, Denzel's. Wait, what's up, Andre? Hold on. What do you mean there's two ways? All right, so here's the main point. Localhost 3000 is not accessible for us, right? Our curl command did not work. So this is false. Let's double check it, just to be sure. Right, I understand. We're doing a port mapping as well. If you look at how we have this defined, we are doing a port mapping. All right, so we've got that. It's worth double checking this again because we've tested a few other things just to be sure. So we may have changed something in the meantime that we didn't realize we changed. So it's worth double checking. Whether we need the port mapping or not, we're still doing the port mapping. But if that were acceptable, this curl command would work. So we'll find out, won't we? And it does not. Right? And it's trying 127.0.0.1. So whatever they're saying in their docs seems incorrect. Right? Otherwise, localhost would be curlable. Okay, cool. Just double checking we're all on the same page because I don't want to have to address this multiple times. Lightspeed, you hear that? And similarly, yes, our health command here also did not work. So localhost 127.0.0.1, none of that is working as we expect it to. For some reason, we're just not able to access our service container without putting this into a container itself. So I think my approach of putting this in a container itself with all the dependencies that we're going to need, I think that's the only option at this point. Pretty sure. All right, so this is no longer that. We're going to say publish host image. Test does need this running. All right, so then container. This is host. So instead of that now, we want to go to clients/php. There we go. Oren, come on, man. None of your bots. You know the rule, man. All right, so PHP should be there. We should be able to install. This is our test server. That should be able to hit that. This is ghcr.io vexilla/host. And that host file is here at the base. All right. I think curl is installed by default in that image. We'll find out. Oh, buddy. Looks like I failed this one real quick. So, publishing the host is no good. Oh, yeah. Let's fix that. I don't think we need that log right now. Like that those two run concurrently. That's awesome. Looks like the build already succeeded. Yep. Okay, so now test goes and runs. That curl command should succeed now. The whole like run cd clients php, that one I'm less confident about. Ooh, the curl failed. Why? Exit code 7. Couldn't connect to host or proxy. So it's not that it couldn't resolve it, it's that it couldn't connect to it. Interesting. So what do we think we're doing wrong there? That's a good point. Nah, because the service would need to spin up. I think, right? Initializing containers. Right? And the checkout takes a second since it started. Maybe add a sleep just to test it. And yeah, not a bad idea. Not a bad, thing to test. Here's the worst part about this. Any learning we get from this is probably going to get forgotten pretty fast. Because it's not like it's something we touch every day. Oh. So yeah, good call on the timing. Okay. Okay. Yep, we do an LS in here just to test it, just to see. Yep, failed to open test stream because we now need that to be test-server. Yeah, this might be it. About which one, Bob? What part? Like the timing issue? I don't think timing was our problem before. I think timing was just now the issue for other reasons. Right? Due to like how we change things. I think I got a zip foreman. Oh, about the learnings? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not something we deal with often enough to, like, solidify the learning from it. Yeah, then it'd be real easy to, like, you know, memorize and reinforce the learning. Oh, and that's weird. What is up with that? What? Why is that icon only showing up when we highlight it? Oh, that's even weirder. Oh, no. That's not ideal. Oh, like act or whatever it's called? Yeah, maybe. Oh, wait, did I forget to push? Yeah, I did. Yeah, for sure, Bob. I agree with that. It's like listening to podcasts while you work. Yep, makes sense. Except when he's playing IT, not IT crowd. Except when he's playing Silicon Valley. And hey, All right, so yeah, we just needed to make sure that we're passing in that envvar. So I think this is our move. I think we have to just use a host Docker container that ends up installing every single thing we need. But we do have progress. We did get the test to run. We expect it to fail because of various things. But okay. Yeah, so we made some good progress here. We can also do this. Oh, and yeah, we don't make this a list here. Yeah, yeah. And it's not an array. It is that. Yeah, we even see the example right there. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. Health check. Okay, so now we need to actually fine-tune this Docker file. This Docker file is going to need a lot of work. Let's pour another beverage as a celebration of the progress we made. Yeah. We're going to want to go look at how to install Bazel. We may want to consider a different base image because I can't remember. I think this is Debian based, which means we may not have access to as much stuff as we want via apt-get. And hold on, is it even apt-get in Debian? Or is it a different one? I think I'd have to look that up. It's been a long time since I've used a Debian container. Or since I've needed to modify a Debian container. I mean, No, this should be working just fine. I'm not sure why we were failing out inside of Ubuntu earlier. Yeah, I don't know what that apt-get failure was earlier. That was weird. But yeah, so we need to think about what the best base image would be for this. Right, we're gonna need Elixir, we're gonna need PHP, we're gonna need to basically just glue together a bunch of these. And yeah, how's everyone's day going, right? This is a weight off my shoulders seeing this test actually pass. This is quite nice. Or not pass, but like get to the test to fail. In fact, this is good timing. We should probably even get up and stretch right after I use the restroom. Nice, Sergeant Pepper. You got any fun images you want to share with us? Yeah, if you get them uploaded to, you know, Imager or whatever, we'll gladly check them out. But I do need to use the restroom. I will be right back, and I'll see you in just a second. All right, let's get a bit of a stretch in. Yeah, I know, it's just my lower half. But, you know, you can get the legs moving. Y'all don't have to get up and stretch. I'm trying to make myself do this more often, especially since it's winter and it's harder to get myself to go do the walks in the morning. Boy. Get the arms moving. Let's do little circles. And yeah, this is where I wish I had the fisheye still. And I might even switch up the camera. I think I have a Sony in the kitchen. So yeah, I could swap the Sony over to here and get the fisheye back on it, and then I can do like the swapping, like, you know, the zoom in, zoom out stuff. All right. So yeah, shaking the legs. Bounce a little bit. Snowboard season's coming up. Got to get the legs ready. All right, that was a good stretch. We don't need to do it too long. Better than nothing, right? Yeah, I'm gonna try and get those going more often. I think it's worth it. If I was being ambitious about it, I'd say every time I pour a beverage. We know that ain't gonna happen. But yeah. All right, so Ubuntu latest maybe, or just Ubuntu in general. Let's go look and see a Docker Bazel image. Is there no official Bazel image? How about I don't want to build and push. All right. Come on, Docker Hub. No, that is not what I want. Does GitHub not have an official one? Doesn't look like it. Weird. Because that would solve all our problems. If we could just spin up the Docker GitHub Actions image ourselves as a container. Or at least as like a base that we could install other things into. Yeah, we don't see at. Yeah, I think we just got to do it ourselves. All right, so how about Basil? CockroachDB has one. Oh. No docs or anything. Latest, do not use. Of course. How presumptuous of me. Wait, we don't even see what it's like from. Oh. So this is the Google Container Registry. Okay. So of course, yeah, Google's not going to upload to that. No, they want you to use their container registry. How dare you try anything else? How dare you? So 6.4.0. Let's go look at the official PHP images. All right, we want 7.4.33. Wow. They publish a lot of images. How do I just see the whole file like raw? Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Hmm. This is a lot of steps. We don't need all of these. I don't even think we need that one. Whoa, look at that one. Where can we end up seeing the source for this? No, that's not what I want. No tags, so we'd have to go like way back into their commits. Okay, hold on. So wait, Bullseye versus Buster. Is that just Debian versions? Bullseye's a Debian version, right? Yeah, Debian Bullseye. And so is Buster. It's just a different version, right? Yeah, I was hoping for like an Ubuntu version. Which one's the newer one? Bullseye or Buster? Debian versions. Bullseye is the newer? Okay. Man, this is a lot of junk. Almost seems like it'd be easier to install Bazel into this than it would to do the other stuff. But we're going to have to set up a whole bunch of other languages too. Yeah, what do we all think? And yeah, how's everyone doing? Oy. Man, this would be so much simpler if we could just use GitHub's action. Or GitHub's container. Do we think maybe it's on GHCR? We don't have a way of searching that, though, do we? Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Yeah, I think we just have to do this. And wait, what is PHP eyes? Okay, so it's for PECL extensions. Right, so we just end up doing run like that. Okay. Yeah, I think I want to convert all the language-specific things over to bash scripts. That way this file is a bit cleaner. Right, like even this part. What's up, Moto? A custom browser pop-up? Do you actually mean pop-up, or do you just mean a browser source? Yeah, you mean kind of like what I'm doing right here with the chat overlay? Should work fine. If you set a background, you should be good. Right? You would end up using CSS to style it however you want. Right? Maybe double check that their custom CSS isn't setting the background, because that overrides things. Other than that, it should just work. Have you set CSS within your browser source? Within your application, make sure you're setting CSS. But sorry, man, this is not a random place for you to get help on something totally different from what we're doing. I'm making my own stuff here, man. What made you think this was a random Q&A stream? What up, Lemsel? How you doing? Yeah, it's going all right. Creepy Moto. When someone's playing a video game, do you go in and randomly ask them for Pokemon tips when they're not playing Pokemon? You ask them how to defeat the boss in Elden Ring when they're playing something completely different? No, it's weird. We have a Discord channel you can ask in. Razi, it's been the same font and same effects we've had since you followed in June. Since forever. All right, so yeah, we want to install all of these. Okay. So we get that chunk there. Then from here, do something like this. We are going to end up doing some variables. All right, then from here, you want to do something like this. Grab all these. Oh, missed that one. Probably do a find and replace. Be a little cleaner. All right, that looks pretty clean. Where do we see that? Ah, we see that getting exported. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so this Docker PHP source file, what is that? Yeah, this just gets so ugly. We don't even need all of this. Hmm. Yeah, they definitely made this in a way that it's supposed to be like extra generic for anybody to be able to run. Where do we see this? So it calls the extract function and the delete function. That's basically it. Oof. Well, that's not it. Do they use the base image? They probably do. So they do a Docker compose. Meh. Yeah, they just do the PHP FPM image. We are going to need some. Yeah, we are going to need some of the junk they're doing. Some of the extensions they install for us. Why do they do multiple updates as well? That's a little weirder. libsodium is for encryption. We don't need libsqlite 3. We barely even need libssl or libxml. I think we do end up needing libcurl, though. I forget what libargon2 is. Is argon2 another hashing algorithm? I think it is, right? Yeah, it's a hasher. Again, I don't think we need that either. So docker php ext enable we see called there, but I don't think we actually need that if we're not going to be installing any extensions ourselves. So we can ignore that part. I think ext install. Where is that being done? That's not being called. Not in here, at least. Configure isn't either. Yeah, there's just enable. Entry point. What is entry point for in Docker files? I think I forget that. This is just for executing the file against PHP. But if we're overriding the command we run, then it doesn't matter. And yeah, that's like a very Docker specific thing that we're not going to end up doing. So I think that's fine too. Now, what is source doing here? This is managing the PHP source tarball lifecycle. We get two functions. One is just extract, one is just delete. And we could inline most of this too. Okay. Where is GPG keys being used? So that's where we're setting that. I think I'm okay with that part. Yeah, so Docker PHP source here. Yeah, I think we could just copy this part too. Are we doing that lib argon etc install yet? No, we're not. So we'll probably go after this part. Oh, I don't want to do that for every single one of these. I do want to do it for this part. Yep. This part we do want to do it for as well. That part we definitely want it for. I don't think we need it here, though. We will need it there. do you think we want it for these 2 bits and that bit? Yep. This one then needs it. That does not need to be there, though. We do want it for that command. Okay. Yikes, this file is gnarly. Like, holy shit, dude. Alright, so we end up doing all that. Then we get to here, and I don't think we care about this part whatsoever. We do need to go find the part that's calling those commands that are in Docker PHP source. All right, so the extract. I don't remember what the 2 semicolons were there for, but I don't think we need those either. It's just separating and oh, it's blocking out the case. Got it. Usage here. I don't think we need that either. So wherever we see that delete command, right here, boom. Do we try and run this Docker build? Will it blend? Probably not. I'm going to feel like a genius if I actually extracted all that logic on the first try. But I think I just jinxed myself. What do we think? How's it looking? Okay, this is a larger build context than I was expecting. This is a way larger build context than I was expecting. And I know I've installed PHP from source with less steps in this. Right? I remember back in the day, totally running WordPress and Magento containers from scratch, where I was running these things by hand. The amount of steps to install PHP from... Oh, what was the repository for Debian? It wasn't from the core Debian repository because Debian was too slow to update. Nowadays, we don't have that problem. And yeah, how's everyone's day going? Anyone have some good food? Working on an affected Unity? Yep. Yeah, I assumed the game engine. Were you not scared away by their licensing issues? I know they walked it back, but I don't know. They lost a lot of trust. Just learning the tools in the pipeline. Makes sense. Basil is quite large. Basil actually ships a lot of stuff. We can go look at it in their environment. We do see the virtual size is only 377 megs, but that doesn't include what it spins up from. But yeah, that is a large context. There's definitely something off about this. This is a really large build context. Like, whoa, dude. Do I even have space for this on my drive? Oh, no. Am I running out of space now? Oh, I got 10 gigs left. Oh, no. Can I change the location where Docker installs stuff? Basil does ship a lot of stuff. All right, 2.73. That's not terrible. Oh, right. Yeah, so it's probably all of my node modules. That was the issue. Yeah. Okay. So I should probably just quit this out. Do I get that drive space back? No, I probably need to do Docker system prune. Alright, so that was necessary. Alright, so I got 4 gigs back from it. Maybe. Good job, Nightbot. How much do you think we enjoy the tabs comments? Mm-hmm. It says it reclaimed space, but I don't see that. That is interesting. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Is it something I can configure in Rancher? Nope. Hey, Edge, it's always been that way since you followed in 2021. So, good job, Nightbot. It's .js. You see how boring it is? How common it is? Why didn't we get any of that space back, though? Is that APFS being a jerk? I think it is. Let's try Docker system prune one more time, just in case. And it does say that Docker system prune is going to clear that build cache. Right? All dangling build cache, etc. So yeah, that should work. All right, so .git and node modules. Let's try and rebuild this. How big do we think the context is going to get this time? $99 megs? That'd be crazy. Going from 2 gigs down to 99 megs. It shouldn't be very big, though, right? Like, our source code is not large. Well, it's more than 99. The images themselves should be about 300 or something. If we see it get above 500, we'll close it down. Gabriel, thank you for the follow. 99 megabytes factorial. There you go. Totally works. Oh, and Andre, I missed that follow a bit ago. 2 hours ago. So yeah, it's like he's smoking weed or something. I don't get it. Already over 500 meg. Right, so yep, deleted the build cache objects. And we are not getting that space back. What the hell? Right. Oh, I might have to restart Rancher. All right, I'll quit Rancher. That is freeing up space. Oh, that's freeing up a bunch of space. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's freeing up so much space. Oh, buddy. Woo! 18. All right, we had 8 gigs left. We have 18 gigs left now. All right. So we can try this again. I know, right? Oh, good background image, though. Ghostbusters? Fuck yeah. Let's pour another beverage. All right, we're back up and running Docker-wise. Now, with a Docker ignore file, do we need to specify nested folders too? So // Let's see if this works. All right, how big do we think this is going to get? How big do we think this is going to get? Hey-o. What's up, Sean? You spelt Sean wrong. Right? The movie is S-H-A-U-N. Come on, man. But maybe your name is Sean S-E-A-N. Seen? Do you feel seen? Yeah, I know. I'm just having fun. How you doing today? You feel seen. Hey-o. But yeah, it's been a little bit. Man, we haven't seen you for months. Well, we're already at 1 gig. Oof. There's no way this build context should be that big. It is still extracting an image, though. So, maybe that's okay. Now, if the image were done extracting and it were still transferring context, then we'd have a problem. We've got a command for you to use. It's in the title and everything. There you go, YOLO. Gotcha. There you go, TrueSat. No, this Docker is for everything. So Insanity is basically, right? We can't get access to our test server unless we run within a Docker context, right? Within a Docker container for all the stuff we're running. That's the only way we seem to be able to get access to the bridged Docker network. And that's what is exposing the test server. There's stuff that says we should be able to access it from the regular old local host, but that was a lie. We just haven't been able to. So instead, now we have to put everything into a Docker container, and that Docker container is going to have to contain the PHP, the Elixir, and pretty much anything else we need to spin up. So we're forking, or we're using the Bazel image as our base, and that should include enough of the other stuff that Bazel should be able to do what it needs to do to build, you know, all the Bazel-based stuff. But anything that we're not using Bazel for, we have to add as our own into this context. So yes, the PHP, the Elixir, those are the ones that we know for a fact that we need a Docker container for, because the Bazel rules for those things are not very well documented, or not even well maintained. As far as language we're gonna do after we get this build process stuff fixed, let me double check the list. So this is the old version of Vexilla, and technically I'd like to deprecate all of this at some point too, because Vexilla.dev is going to be our 1.x and everything. But if we look at the client libraries we built so far, we've done JSTS, Elixir, PHP, C#, Go, and Rust. From there, Python, Ruby, Lua, Dart are way up there. OCaml is currently being worked on once a week with Dylan Mulroy. Bad Cop would like to start doing either a Bash version or a C++ version with us. And these other 4 that we have done before, we're going to need to do as well. Based upon usage, I think Python is up there. So Python might be the next one we do. I'll put it to a vote. Typically, I put it to a vote. So, right, we could conduct a vote right now. It's not going to be official, but we could at least understand what people think and how they feel about it. And, you know, we'll see. Holiday. All right, so remember, you'll be able to select more than one. Python, Ruby, Lua, Dart, Kotlin, and Swift. I think the Kotlin and the Swift would still allow us to solve for, right, like for Swift, I believe Swift would allow us to solve for the Objective-C stuff, and Kotlin would allow us to solve for Java stuff. So I think that would be nice, right? And especially Kotlin would be good for people who want to do Scala or whatever too. No love for Perl. How many users do we think we would have a use case for Perl, right? Don't just pick a language because you want to meme about it. We're trying to solve real problems here. Right? Please, leave the memes at the door. How many jobs have you worked on where Perl was in still heavy use? How many jobs have you worked in where feature flags were relevant towards the Perl code that you wrote? Yes, Perl is the lifeblood of Lambda at edge and running functions at CDN nodes. Do they need feature flags for that? Exactly, insanities. Bash would be done simply because Bad Cop wants to help us build one. Whether that's relevant or not doesn't matter, but it's something where I'm not going to take the time to build a Bash client because I don't think there's a use case for it. So Perl, Bash, whatever, I don't think there's a use case for those. We're trying to solve real problems here, man. Ooh, and for some reason, this isn't updating. Yeah, we've got a weird issue where as things change, they're not updating for us, and that is strange. And remember, you can vote for more than one. You can go and change your votes, too. So yeah, go in there and fiddle with it. That way I can see if this is updating as we expect it to. There's something up with the synchronization. Okay, it is updating now. Yeah, I'm not sure why the order is that way either. Yeah, not sure. But yeah, as we can see, as far as people's concerns and use cases, Python is right up there at the top, right? It would be one of the more useful, so we'll probably do it. We could consider Zig again at some point too. But yeah, right, as a tentative plan, Python is probably the next one we'll do. Swift would satisfy a lot of the mobile apps out there for the Apple ecosystem. Kotlin would solve a lot of mobile apps out there for the Android ecosystem. Dart for Flutter stuff. And then beyond that, Lua and Ruby. I think Ruby would actually benefit quite a bit, but not as many people in the audience here use it. If you go look at workatastartup.com, there are plenty of companies using Ruby in production stuff. So I think, regardless of voting, I think Ruby is actually a major use case. But yeah, Python is probably the one we're going to do next. And yeah, so it looks like we got people to vote on all of them at least, which is kind of cool. Any other languages that people would like to see that they're using that, you know, would be a legitimate use case for an SDK? What's up, Zerk? How you doing? And how about this? We can add some meme languages, right? We can add Perl. Doesn't mean I'll actually do it. I'm not guaranteeing that I'll do any of these things. Sure, Delphi, why not? Fortran, how about that one? COBOL, how about that one? Scratch. I mean it because it's not a serious request. Yeah, C# we've done. Elixir we've done. Assembly. Again, for this purpose, assembly is a meme language. Does it mean it is in general? No. For this use case, it absolutely is. Same with COBOL, same with Scratch, same with all that. Uh-huh. I don't believe you, I crashed. We added Perl. It's already there, Rondolph. Yeah, it wasn't showing on screen. Any other meme languages? Rex? I've never even heard of Rex. Now, Hex actually is not a bad idea. Hex could be a legitimate option. There's enough games out there that would probably benefit from a Hex support. Julia is actually not a terribly memey language. I think there's enough servers out there written in Julia that could benefit. Carbon, okay. Right, that's like a C++ replacement. Haskell is actually less of a meme language. Just because it was smarter than me when I tried to do the Haskell before. Now, you say D. Okay, no, I was thinking of F#. Yeah, D. D would be viable, sure. Rex, all right. I mean, having a conference doesn't mean shit. I'm sure there's a brainfuck conference out there. So when you say groovy Rondolph, any of the JVM-based languages are satisfied by Kotlin, because Kotlin compiles to the same bytecode that would run within the JVM. So, right, at this point, we're just trying to make sure we're satisfying an ecosystem, not necessarily every single language. Nim is definitely popular enough. Would writing Python satisfy Nim stuff, though? Isn't Nim like Python interop? Am I mixing that up? Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't done anything with Nim before, so I'm not sure. When you say Visual Basic, doesn't C# kind of solve the .NET world? Yeah, I'm not sure either, Insanities. I don't know. For some reason, I believe Nim is a white space sensitive language, which is why I like equate it with Python, but maybe they're not on the same like interop level. So I'm not sure there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if we're satisfying .NET Standard 2.0, not even 2.1, I think we might satisfy a lot of like the VB stuff. So Nim compiles to C++. Okay. So yeah, it's not a Python interop thing. Gotcha. All right, so there we go. Let's save it. If you haven't had a chance to vote, get your votes in. You can vote for more than one. I'm going to go change my vote to everything. Right? Let's not make any of these feel left out. There we go. And oh my god, that looks awful. That looks terrible. I have not tested this with that many options before. Yikes. Oh yeah, let me copy the URL for YouTube. There you go, Rondolph. So Python's still winning, man. And remember, you can vote for all of them, just like I did, so it's not a big deal. I actually think a C++ library would solve a bunch of these anyway due to interop. Remember, I crashed. You can vote for more than one. You could click every single one if you want. So don't feel like you have to, you have to narrow it down. No, I doubt that. Because again, you can vote for as many as you want. There's no way this girl's only 36. Yeah, that match is bullshit. No. Or not only, but yeah. No way she's as old as. Yeah, I voted for all of them. I don't care. This is not a binding agreement. Keep that in mind. There you go. How about this? If you want to make an SDK for Perl, you're more than welcome to. Nailed it, Robotic Head. Nailed it. Touche, Mr. Sir. Well done. That's fine. We got other stuff to do. Have you considered starting streaming yet? It'd be some good stream content. We can help cross-promote you. Yeah, no worries, Rondolph. I don't mind. I am as polyglot gets. Maybe end of year. Okay. Yeah, there you go, Insanities. I think it works. That's fine. Yeah, sounds great. I got so many jobs I got to apply to, like next week. No point in applying to a job today or tomorrow. I just did the 3 required for unemployment. No, not a single one yet. Again, it's holiday week, so we'll see. I actually think Sourcegraph might be considering it because they're taking some time, you know? Maybe Kirby, but when I was doing the health check, it was using localhost. And we saw that it was started because we saw the result of the command. So, yeah, the container was spun up quick, but the health check never passed. Oh, and how'd this go? All right, cool. All right. So what's up with our Docker file here? Oh, we never actually ran the script. I think I want to do this as well. Oop. I mean, we can go back and look at it if you want. But my health check was working. Or not working, but like the service was up. Right? We see the service running. Right? Waiting 32 seconds. We don't wait that long when we run it and have it working within our second container. So I don't think that's the problem. I know, never says healthy because our check for the local host is not working. This health command never worked. And it says it should. Especially because we're passing ports and localhost should then resolve just fine. No, I gotcha. Makes sense. And here's another thing. This context takes forever. Let me move this over so we can see everything, maybe. That should not be that slow. I'm going to cancel real quick. I want to see if the context is smaller after doing that. It's already going faster, which is interesting. Yeah, so for some reason, the Docker ignore does not seem to be getting obeyed. Because we should have definitely ignored the node modules folders, right? So this is weird. Yeah, I think the context is just what we have in images now. So weird to me that it's so slow. I mean, I guess it's faster than it was, right? We were looking at like 600 seconds 1.48, so it's also smaller. Oh, I think I just have a single star. Let's do this just to be sure. Get rid of the images, get rid of the containers. Let's restart Rancher. 5 gigs reclaimed. We're already back down to only 8 gigs available. Should go back up to 18 here soon. We'll restart Rancher. And then, yeah, so in our Docker ignore, right, we gotta let the virtual machine spin back up. Yeah, examples I saw were just // but could have been our issue. And yeah, Kirby, when you said ages, do you have an actual number for us? Because I'm curious about that. And here's something else. While this is going, we could actually consider... Oh, and hold on. Let me expand this out so we can see the full text. We could consider starting the Python project. $20 to 30 seconds. Yeah, when we have the 2 Docker containers, it's much quicker than that. So that just seems weird to me. And yeah, we've seen that this takes a while. Let's look at some of the old Python code and see what we would need to update. All right, so we are theoretically requiring Python 3.6. We're using pip and pip files. I believe we're also using pipenv. Do we have strong opinions on why pipenv is a bad idea? Anyone? Bueller? Poetry instead of pipenv, locking times. Poetry. Yeah, last time we did Python stuff, we ended up rating Anthony Wright's code. And his comment upon seeing pip was, ew. Which is interesting. It's very similar to the damn Scottish ruined Scotland, right? From like The Simpsons. Damn Python developers ruined Python. Right? It's like, come on, man. You can't even get along with each other. How do you expect to get along with anyone else? So here's the biggest thing, though, right? No matter what, you'd end up publishing to PyPy still, right? Is there any other place to publish Python packages? Or is PyPy still the recommended place? More of the same. All right, so Pi. When consuming a package via Pi, does it matter whether it was done via PiPiNV or Poetry? Which has greater interop with the broader ecosystem? I don't mind changing to Poetry if it's not going to matter that much. The differences stop the moment you publish, right? So then for a consumer, the differences are moot anyway as well, right? So it's only for the developer consuming it, which makes it even worse that Anthony Wright's code said, ew. Like, dude, so snobby. So fucking snobby. So fucking snobby. All right. What do you consider the absolute bare minimum Python version that we should be targeting? Is there a place to find good Python usage statistics? Does look like 3.6 as of November 2022 is still the most used version, and if we write towards Python 3.6, does that mean we satisfy 3.8 and 3.7 as well? So yeah, these are the concerns we have when making a library. How do we satisfy as many users as possible while still making our lives easier using a language version that has the nice features? So I do have to use the restroom. Give me just a sec. I might go thaw some chicken here as well. I don't have any turkey, but chicken's close enough, right? So I'm gonna do some fried chicken tonight. But yeah, let me go use the restroom, thaw some chicken, and I'll be right back. What's up? Yeah, I don't have an AFK command. What, do you not like the AFK screen? I get huge compliments on that AFK screen. It's a solid screen. And yeah, just shouting it out. If anyone wants to leave a lurk over on YouTube, you'd be helping me out. Just saying. Oop, hold on. I gotta check this. Awesome. Yeah, Dad ended up having some health issues. He is terrifically old. So, you know. No one lives forever. But, yeah. Yeah, he was in the ICU last night and today. Doing better, though. And hey, what's up, Master Agent, Mr. Sir? And hold on. What are you asking there, Kirby? And yeah, what's up, Scala guy? How am I... Oh, there it is. Your name was purple, and like I just spaced right over it. You assume this is far-fetched, but the node Docker image has curl in it? So Kirby, the curl command would be happening outside of the Docker image. Right? The health checks typically happen outside the Docker image. No, so Scala, what you're missing is, if it were an Alpine image, Alpine doesn't have curl, right? It is explicitly removed. Ooh, maybe the health check command happens within it. There's one way to check this real quick, though. Yeah, we're going to test it out. It does run inside? Well, yeah, we can double check to see if we have curl, though. Boom. All right, so we see that spin up, but we don't get it happening inside. So yeah, the health command could have been an issue. But keep in mind that even if the health command wasn't working, we weren't able to query it using our curl command outside of it. So even then, if we didn't do the health check, oh man, let's try and find this now. No. We abandoned the health check. Oh, wrong one. Hold on, let me double check this. So here's the thing. If we were to spin up the secondary container inside of a Docker container, we get this test to work, right? So test server is working. Let's double check it. All right, so you're saying this server should be available or should it be localhost? 1 second. Should it be localhost or test server? When you were testing Redis, were you testing Redis as the server name or test server as the server name? And let's comment that. Because if this works, then it saves us a lot of effort. Moment of truth. Will it blend? Oh, it did. Interesting. All right, so that blended, but we still run into the issue that I'm not able to pass that into the Docker Compose files that we had. So it is a timing issue with that. But Docker Compose is still not seeing it when we try and run that. Oop. Let's double check that compose file just to be sure. Localhost inside of a Docker Compose? I understand. I'm still asking you this question. Localhost inside of the Docker Compose? If I just comment this out, it defaults to localhost. That's what I thought. Right, now it's just darts at the dartboard again. No, I doubt it's timing because we're waiting before we run the Docker Compose now. Right? The health check happens before the Docker Compose step. What's up, Benji? How you doing? Oh, we've got a curl command in there I need to remove. actually, that would be a good test. So test server there failed, right? Theoretically, if localhost is the answer, then it would work, right? So this is before our testing even happens. Test server is the service that we spun up. Doing fine besides exams? I'm doing fine. Yeah, just chilling. What's up, Benji? How you doing? I'd prefer the lurk on YouTube if you want. Up to you, though. Cool. So yeah, exit code 7. Curl couldn't connect. Failed to connect to host or proxy, which is different from couldn't resolve host, right? We're not hitting test server anymore. I crashed my bike. We changed it to localhost. So now what, Kirby? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we ran into this the entire time. We were able to get the curl commands to work. They worked fine when we did it inside a container. We still ran into this issue when running the Docker Compose. You know, we didn't comment out the network mode and some of this other stuff. Let's just double check it. Yeah, maybe doing network mode bridge broke things. I do remember someone mentioning that they had to do gateway bridge. So that could be part of it. Yeah, so that curl command just doesn't work. Pretty much no matter what we pass. And if that curl command isn't going to work inside of the Docker container, there's no way the tests are going to work either. So, there's probably something we can do here. What do we think the fix is? Yeah, the answer here says to turn it into a container, but then we lose a whole bunch of stuff. That's why we started creating the image that we have over here. But man, this image takes forever to build and run and test. And we're not copying this in the right way, which is annoying. Oh, shit. I got these in the wrong order, though. So that's a mistake in this Docker file. So we can kick off that build again while we keep trying to fiddle with this. I think that's a good idea. But if we look at how much space I got left, 13 gigs, we should probably stop Rancher and try again. Okay, Altman. No worries, Mr. Tomed. Have a good one. See you again soon. So yeah, tomorrow we'll probably jump into the Python stuff anyway. Possibly trying to kick off these builds while we're doing that. Just because, yeah, no sense like watching paint dry. Yeah, so that's not the answer. Oh wait, we didn't spin Rancher back up. That takes some time. All right, so while that's launching, yep, that'll take a sec. So hold on, let's look at the test.yaml file. Hold on, let me check one thing here. Yeah, this one keeps trying to say use the service name. This person says replace localhost with 127.0.0.1. I haven't had that issue, so that's a little weirder. Right? And this works. What if Docker Compose is actually giving us all the grief? What if I ended up doing just raw Docker? I mean, I could. We've definitely tried that a bunch of times, but we might not have had everything working right. Yeah, let's see it. Who knows? Right? Again, could have been a timing issue from before, whereas now it might work. What's up, Snom? How you doing? Thank you for the follow. All right, so still the same issue. No, it's okay, Kirby. I really appreciate you trying. Thank you. Like, yeah. And Carrots, how you doing out there? Thank you. Appreciate your message. Appreciate the lurk. I wonder if part of the issue is that it's just not networked at this point yet, and maybe it would be afterwards. That seems like a shot in the dark, though. Yeah, anyone know when that new Ghostbusters game drops? Got a couple people talking about it. James and Worm were mentioning it yesterday, too. I doubt it's the 2009 one. Is it? It's probably not the 2009 one. That's my current guess. Oh, is it the remastered version? Is that it? Spirits Unleashed. This is probably the one. Asymmetrical multiplayer. One person plays the ghost. Okay, that's right. Isn't it out already? Yeah, it looks like it's been out for a bit. Ah. Okay. Yeah, I got some friends who are into it. Could be worth it. Yep. Anyone ever played it? Is it fun? Yeah, I wonder if the network just isn't available here yet. So instead of a Docker compose, and hold on, let me look at Docker build. Right, we'd want to do like -t. Right, and then do something like that. All right, so I don't think I want the -it. Oh, yeah, sorry, we can't listen to that song. Let's play this one. All right, let's pour another beverage. Yeah, beverage time. So I'd want to run PHP custom, but I'd want to pass a command to it. Oh, but that's right. Yeah, so the composer stuff. Oh, cancel. Composer stuff is happening here. And I'd want to do the composer install as well. Ooh, I might need to go flip my chicken. Because it's sitting there in the fridge thawing. Chicken's close enough to turkey, right? And wait, I got a question. Does Canada celebrate Thanksgiving on the same day, basically? I've always been curious about that. Ah, Canada's is in October? Interesting. And, like, is there a difference, or is it basically the same holiday? Similar, but less football. Gotcha. Sounds about right. sec. And here's another question. What game should I be playing over on gaming stream tonight? Anyone got a preference? I haven't played much Counter-Strike. Is Counter-Strike like Valorant where you have to get headshots to be competitive? Because I hate that about Valorant. Right? The rest of the entire body is a bullet sponge, but one headshot and you're dead. I like a quick time to kill. I hate the fact that you need, like, every shot has to be a headshot. So yeah, I tend to play, if I'm playing an FPS, it's going to be something like Call of Duty Hardcore. Because, you know, short time to kill actually, like, favors strategic play. Depends on the gun. Okay. Yeah, I could give CS2 a try. How much does it cost? Is it like a full price, like $60 game and it'll always be 60? I refuse to buy Call of Duty, at least for the time being, because they said they were going to be on a, right, like a 2-year release cycle, and then, you know, that was a lie. Counter-Strike 2 is actually free? Oh, interesting. They just get you with, like, the loot crate bullshit, right? Like, just rolling for, like, skins and stuff. I could actually play that. Yeah, that doesn't sound so bad. Do they have, like, a kill confirmed mode? Because I could be really into that. Oh, map packs. That's how they get you? I don't like the gating of maps. Skins? Sure. Yeah, map pack seems gross. Oh, okay. So Counter-Strike 1 was, like, had some map packs or some bullshit. Okay. Okay. And Benji, you saying you're bad at FPS games, but even you like playing CS2? Okay. Counter-Strike 2 is an option. All right. So in Call of Duty, there's kill confirmed and then there's hardcore kill confirmed. Basically, hardcore is a really short time to kill. And then kill confirmed is you drop like a dog tag, and you don't get credit for that kill unless you pick up the dog tag. So your team like doesn't gain from you sitting in one place camping unless you have teammates going and picking up the tags of your kills, which is a valid strat, right? You can have one person camping and everyone else is just making sure to pick up the tags. That's a legit strat, and I'm okay with that. I don't mind a little bit of camping because, honestly, when someone's camping, you know where they are. It's actually kind of easy. I really like the chess match of camping a little bit and then moving a little bit and then someone thinking they know where you are and then you get them. And then just like the chess match of like moving and doing some of that. That's a fun bit. I like it to be somewhat realistic. Not a big fan of like Battlefield though, where it becomes a sniper fest. So I enjoy Call of Duty's map design more so than Battlefield. But Battlefield tends to do like the time to kill better. At least in like the main mode. Then hardcore kill confirmed in Call of Duty is really good. Everyone's got a strategy until it hits. I gotcha. Like, again, doesn't mean I'm great. If I get a positive kill-death ratio, I'm stoked. Oh, so it's like fully, like, Counter-Strike is, like, purely, like, objective-based? There's no deathmatch? I'm less into the objective-based. It's part of why I'm just not that into, like, Overwatch. Also, the time to kill is bullshit, but yeah. Yeah, just killing the rest of the team will get you. Okay, cool. Okay, that works. Yeah. So it's objective-based, but there's no respawn. I could be into that. I like that. Okay, yeah, there were some modes in Call of Duty that did that too. They were pretty fun. I used to really enjoy playing with the Tota because he enjoyed the hardcore modes too. It's just a shame he's on the East Coast now, so like time zones just don't work out. I mean, he's happier. I guess that's fine. I'm kidding, by the way. Like, yeah, no. Like, yeah. I'm glad he's happy over there. Ooh, yeah. Friendly fire would be good too. Yeah. Yeah, hardcore has friendly fire as well. Okay. Yeah, I could get into some CS2 at some point. I just fucking hate Valorant. Dude, Valorant's the worst. Right? Like the superpower bullshit and like, you know, you got the aimbot motherfuckers that headshot you every time. I used to enjoy Apex when we had a crew. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Here's my biggest problem with Apex, though. It really does encourage, like, a... kind of like a no-engage strategy. Right? If you really want to win at Apex, your best bet is actually to, like, not engage people. And then, yeah, when it gets towards the last bit, then you do the final fight. My problem is when you're playing with people that want to win, but don't understand that strategy. That's a huge problem. Right? Do you want to win or do you want to shoot people? Let's establish that from the start. If you want to win, yeah, we should avoid engagement. And that's where, like, Apex becomes a little bit less fun. I really like the no engagement optimized for winning strat. Yeah, I'm into that. Totally. But it's rare to have teammates that are also on the same page. Turkey's in the oven, coding time. Nice, Altman. Yeah, I got some chicken thawing. Actually, hold on. Give me just a second. Let me flip the chicken. Because, yeah, it's submerged in water in the fridge, but there's, like, parts that are above the water, so now I gotta, like, flip it over. Just to, like, you know, make sure it's thawing properly. So give me just a sec. I'm gonna go flip the chicken. I'm a little bit surprised that nobody's mind is in the gutter. Flip the chicken? Is that a sex thing? That actually makes me really happy about the community I got here. No, that's choking the chicken. That's a totally different thing. Flogging the bishop. Hold on, what movie was that even in? Shit. Shooter McGavin says it. Not like literally the character, but the actor that played him. Like Christopher McDonald or whatever his name is. Flogging the bishop? It was in some, like, teen movie from, like, the late 90s or early 2000s. Ah, shit. All right. Wait, really? Whipping chickens? Really? Flogging the bishop. Scary movie? No, it's not Scary Movie. No, because, like, the only really, like, parent interaction in Scary Movie is, like, when the dad's saying, like, and remember to cut your stuff with baking powder, not baking soda. If you use baking soda, then the junkies will have muffins growing out of their nose. She laughs. He's like, oh, you've loved that joke since you were a little girl. That's one of my favorite bits from that movie. Oh, you've loved that joke since you were a little girl. Like, dude, like, he's been a terrible father forever, basically. Which is, you know, that's what the jokes imply. Hold on. Flogging the bishop. Movie quote. The Faculty? It's from The Faculty. Hold on. Oh, it is the... Yeah, it is the faculty. Yeah. Okay. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's like at the beginning of the film. Yeah, dude, that was a classic movie, man. Well, hold on. Is it? Now I mean, yeah. Mr. Frank Connor. Yeah. Okay. Hold up! Wait! Whoa! This is the important part. In the movie The Faculty, Jon Stewart's name is Professor Edward Furlong. But yeah, it was in The Faculty. That's crazy. I didn't realize it was The Faculty. But yeah, it's Elijah Wood's dad. I wouldn't mind seeing that movie again. I hope it makes it onto Tubi TV sometime soon. But okay, so yeah, we're kind of back at square one where we are just not able to see the service container when running this stuff. And the part that's most confusing is the fact that we don't see the composer install here happening either. Oh, yeah. So we were running... No, we're running that there. I really do appreciate you. Hold on. Why am I spacing on the name? Kirby, Mr. Sir. I really appreciate you, like, putting in the effort and verifying that really it was a sleep issue for our health check here. I wonder if we should reestablish the health check for our service. Oh, and that's what we wanted to check with this too. Hold up. Yeah. We do the Docker run IT here, and that's the Docker container we're running. We built it. Hold on. Docker run help. Is there a way to pass a different command? I think there should be, right? Do I want to do exec? I might want to do... Wow, we don't see exec here. Yeah, I wanna verify something. I want to make sure that we actually have curl inside of the node image that we're running. Right, so here in this, we do command that, but what if we did cmd bash, right? Nope, nope, nope. Don't want to do that. I want to do docker build test server. I want to run that and see. And Scala guy. Yeah, I see you over in the other channel I'm lurking to. So yeah. Mutual lurks. I get it. Ooh, bash isn't even in there? I'm not sure that's actually working. All right, so we got to rebuild. Let's try and rerun this. All right, so then curl help. Curl not found. So that could be a major part of our issues as well. We're using Node 20 Alpine. So yes, Alpine is screwing that up. APK, right? Hey, what's up, Strike Area? And what about Summertime Madness? Summertime and the living's easy. RJ's on the microphone with Roz MG. I mean, the playlist is this. I would expect it to be all stuff by White Bat Audio because it's their playlist. If they co-opted some melody, then, you know, that's on them. I just got to use one of my favorite quotes. If ifs and buts were candies and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Sorry, I'm lurking Acorn stream right now. And I got to use that quote. I'm pretty happy about it. All right, so anyone got any fun plans for the weekend? It's basically a super long weekend for everyone, right? My only plan for the weekend is to actually go out to the grocery store because I've quarantined myself for the past, like, week and a half. 2 weeks, actually, because I had COVID. I believe we're past it now. It didn't actually feel any worse than, like, a standard flu. I had, like, the bone aches for, like, a day. You know, had a bit of congestion. That's about it. Thanksgiving at your mom's? Oh, interesting. So you're not like stressing about being there for the day, and you just go and do that, you know, when it's convenient. Oh, there you go, Sergeant Pepper. Okay, so that's why you're doing the smoking today, because it takes time. And then, you know, tomorrow you actually do, like, the thing. Gotcha. I feel like you should almost push it another day so you can buy the turkey cheap tomorrow. People have asked me a bunch of times if I had any like purchases I'm looking forward to for Black Friday or anything. Nah. I do want to get some like quick releases for my cameras. But that's about it. I don't need to wait for, you know, Black Friday or any of that for that. You'll rest it in the oven for about 14 to 16. Like, what temperature in the oven do you rest it at after smoking? Yeah, I've never smoked any food or anything. I saw Dylan Mulroy was doing ribs today. They look delicious too. I'll be doing some fried chicken tonight. That'll be delicious. Oh, it's chicken breast. Yeah, I just get like the Costco chicken breast, like the pre-frozen, like, you know, big bag of it. Kirkland brand and all that. And then, you know, it's like frozen, and then I thaw it in the fridge. And then I'll be like slicing it and, you know, breading, and, you know, I got a deep fryer. It's a good lazy, like, just chill meal. It's so easy. The key, you do 50-50 wheat flour and rice flour. I might be out of the rice flour, though. So I might have to do, like, the wheat flour. I got plenty of wheat flour. I think I'm low on the rice flour. I need to check to see if Costco sells rice flour. It's how Texas restaurants get their brisket so tender and juicy. Okay. Makes sense. I've never had, like, there's definitely some, like, Texas barbecue places here in Washington. I've never had, like, Texas barbecue in Texas. Right? Like, my dad grew up there, so he's done some barbecue before. But I still don't think it counts. I'm a better cook than my dad at this point. My dad used to do really, really good chicken fingers, though, actually. Which is what I'll basically be making today, too. Any secret recipe for fried chicken? I just mentioned it. You might not have heard, but you split the flour 50-50 between wheat flour and rice flour. You don't want to do 100% rice flour because it doesn't like brown in the same way. So like that good like fried chicken brown color doesn't happen if you do just rice flour. But rice flour crisps up like better than wheat flour. So yeah, if you want to get like truly like crispy, yeah, you're gonna mix like wheat rice flour in. Your friend from Texas says you're pretty close. Nice. And yeah, Scala Guy, I'm lurking that same channel. It's a great channel. I try not to chime in too much while I'm live at the same time. But yeah, when I see a comment about, you know, different browsers on iOS, yeah, I've got experience with that. You're never going to get outside of that until maybe the EU sues Apple about it and forces them to do the right thing. But again, Apple is only beholden to do that in the EU. If you're not in the EU, well, then too bad. All right, so here we go. What we end up needing to do is, and this might have been why our health check was failing previously. No, I don't do raw beef. I like a medium, sometimes medium rare. So no, I don't like raw at all. Nah, wouldn't be something I do. Nope, no thank you. Not for me. Oh, and hold on. This is Alpine, so we got to do the APK thing. That's right. APK install something? Nope. Oh my god, I'm in the wrong place. Alpine. It's APK add. That's it. Do I need to do an update? I don't think I need to do an update. Yeah, looks like we're good there. So here's another question. Are there any good games coming out? Anyone know? Yeah, we're still building, so we're double checking that there's no, like, reason, right? Like, keep in mind, we have, ooh, that was a good background image. Ah, it's over. That's a good one, too. From some of our experimentation, we determined that it was worth creating a giant Docker image for all of the other languages we want to test and basing it off of like the Bazel build and all that. But man, the Bazel stuff, right? It's giving us like a 2 gigabyte context, and it takes forever to build that context into it when we want to rebuild. So it's not like a good dev process. So instead, right, we have a viewer. My God, why do I keep spacing on their name? I'm so sorry. Kirby, right? Like, dude, I just gotta, right? I need to associate Kirby with, you know, Kirby's Dream Land, right? Right? Totally. And then we're good. But yeah, so Kirby pointed out that we had a timing issue with some of the stuff we were doing, and with a sleep, it totally works. Instead of the sleep, we could establish a health check that does an incremental thing, but within the Alpine image we're using, it doesn't have curl, so we're adding that right now. Looks like that kind of worked. Let's test it. Boom. Okay, cool. So then, from here, within this test file, we do need to establish the health checks. That is basically what? Options. Dash something. Hold on. GitHub Actions Health Check. Yeah. Here we go. Ooh, that burp. That was spicy. That one just happened. And no, I'm not huge into anime. Like, I've definitely never watched any Naruto. The One Piece game looks okay, but I've had people tell me that if I'm not, like, into One Piece, I'm not going to enjoy it that much. So I'll wait till it goes on sale for, like, $5, and then I'll play it. Because I do like RPGs. I like a good, RPG game. But yeah. I don't know what that means, Eltmon. But okay. Yeah, as far as anime goes, like, I watched Ninja Scroll back in the day. I watched Demon City Shinjuku, like a bunch of that stuff. I'm not into, like, the modern animes that are like, and we won with the power of friendship. Which I think, like, One Piece definitely, like, falls into. I think Naruto does the same thing. So yeah, I'm not into those anime. Even Chainsaw Man basically ends up being like, and I won with the power of friendship. Like, it's just so, ugh. Right? Miyazaki stuff, super good, right? I haven't seen any Death Note, so I don't know. If Death Note doesn't do the power of friendship thing, then we're good. But again, like, the majority of anime I've ever seen is like, and we won with the power of friendship. And it's just, like, it's so lazy, you know? Death Note's good? Alright, I'll check it out at some point. It's lazy. It's not even cheesy. It's just lazy. Man, I got like a... I don't know where my notes are for it, but man, I got a story I want to write. It's not anime, but yeah, I got like a middle grade fiction I want to do, right? And when I say middle grade fiction, think like Phantom Tollbooth, think like Bridge to Terabithia type stuff, right? Aimed at, you know, kids that actually can think, but typically the story might be read by their parents at like bedtime. Not like children's book, like 30 pages of weird animation bullshit, like, you know, weird like drawings. Right? I have a book I really want to write. It's from like a recurring dream, actually. And when I say recurring, it's only happened twice. But the second time that it happened, it really filled in a bunch of the gaps and like reminded me how much I want to like write this down. So like when it happened, like the next morning I wrote down like all the fucking like notes and everything. Oh, don't spoil the raid, Scala guy. Come on. I can see it too, but don't spoil it. Oh my god, this is such a surprise. Yes, I was lurking, and Scala guy spoiled it. But yeah, how you doing, Acorn? What you up to? Yeah, howdy. Algo pointed out that you guys are trying to play that Ghostbusters game at some point. I'd be down to play that. Saturdays I have, like, you know, scheduled for other things. If you want to play some Baldur's Gate 3, like an evil playthrough with me and Robotic Head, you and Algo are more than welcome to join. Trying to fix a client sync thingy? Okay. Yeah. So Saturdays. Saturdays are me and Robotic Head playing games, and the next game we're trying to play is BG3. I think he hasn't said that he's not available for this Saturday, so we'll find out tomorrow because he tends to let me know like a day ahead of time. But yeah, you're more than welcome to join on those. So Beef Supreme, I stream that on the other channel. I have a gaming channel. Right? Algo and Acorn are welcome to stream it wherever they want to. Like, yeah, totally. If you want to join, I think me and Robotic Head are trying to do an evil playthrough. If you're down for an evil playthrough, it'd be fun. Just throwing it out there, just letting you know. But yeah, the Ghostbuster thing, if you want to do it on like a Friday or a Sunday, I'm totally open as well. And we might even be able to convince Robotic Head to join for Ghostbuster stuff on a Saturday too, right? As long as you can be the evil salami slapper. Okay. Right? Like throwing? Like you're gonna do like throw salami at people? I think that's the move, right? Like you throw the salami. Or do you actually like use it as a melee weapon? There's a build for both. I did not know that. Okay, cool. So yeah, like what is the issue with your client sync stuff? Is this like due to like your tick rate and just making sure that you're syncing things properly? Or yeah, like I'm curious about your client sync issue. I was just lurking. Sorry again if you were trying to chat at me. I was lurking. I saw Scala guy talking about iOS things, and when I see a comment like that, I have to chat. We are dealing with our own issue, and that is we're trying to get some of this stuff to work in CI/CD. We discovered that we had like a timing issue for our health check here. But another issue is that our Docker doesn't seem to be able to access this server that we spun up. So we're dealing with like a bunch of like DevOps-y stuff, which is basically a nightmare. So all clients must have the exact same number of ticks and do the same thing, such as hitting balls on the same tick. So I'm curious, like, yeah, I'm wondering why you can't just simply have like an established state and just like lock the state before like the user is able to hit the balls, right? At which point you only need to replay back from like the most recent state. Like why do the clients even need to be synced when instead they could actually be lagging from each other, but they're still just like the main state? Okay. React Rapier. I don't know React Rapier. Oh, it's a 3 thing. It's for physics. Okay, that's right. You described this last time. That's why it was a purple link for me. Okay, I keep forgetting about it. Rapier Physics for React 3 Fiber. That's right. I keep forgetting that I'm not familiar with Rapier. But it is an RS-based physics engine. Okay. And theoretically, Rapier is easier to use than like a bullet like implementation, because that's my most familiar physics engine for like JS stuff. Bullet. There's also Matter.js, but Matter.js is like separate. No, Bullet is older school, right? So yeah. No, like Rapier makes sense. I get it. I totally get it. Bullet is stuff that I've used inside of like iOS apps before, right? Because it has like implementations for Objective-C and Android and various other things. I'm almost positive there's like a Bullet implementation for JavaScript as well, but I haven't used that one specifically. When I have had to do like physics stuff in JS, I was using Matter.js, which I don't think is actually a good solve for you because animation is trickier and things like that. Like not animating the physics of it, but more like if you have like the ball rolling type stuff. Like it's not a 3D implementation. Matter is like purely a 2D implementation. I'm sure there's some way to do 3D with it, but it's not great. So yeah, Matter, I think you've seen before, right? Right, but it's fundamentally like 2D graphics, which is not what you're trying to do. You're trying to do like full-on 3D. Personally, myself, I'd try to fake the 3D using 2D just because it'd be more performant anyway. Yeah, it means you can do jumps and like, yeah, exactly. And you wouldn't be able to do so with Matter. So it's, yeah, right? Rapier makes sense. I totally get it. Yeah, this is like purely like 2D. That said, for anyone else out there in chat, if you ever do want to do some, you know, like if you wanted to do an overlay such as Flick, kind of works, right? Works great. Anyone else out there, like do your own Flick. You can do it with emotes or whatever too, right? Right, we're aiming at that target over there. So yeah, I used Matter.js for my like overlay for that. You could also use it for making your own drop game, things like that. But yeah, it's kind of cool. But yes, rapier seems even more useful. But yeah, so the problem you're describing actually sounds kind of tricky. Sounds like really tricky. And because it's 3D, yeah, there's so much more state to serialize, to synchronize. Okay. Yeah. Cool. And oh my god, it's also by Poimanders, that's how they pronounce it. Dude, Poimanders creates so many awesome libraries. This is kind of insane. They have so many libraries. Right? React Spring, React 3 Fiber, Dre, Zustand, Yotai, Valtio. These are how I know them originally, Zustand, Yotai, and Valtio. Ooh, you just got an idea. Nice. You're welcome. Like I had anything to do with it. No. Right? Again, sometimes you need to just take a step away from the problem that you're working on. And then it forces you to think more abstractly about the problem. So really, you just needed more of a break. You're welcome. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, that Ghostbusters game looks fun. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Like, yeah, just let me know. Send me an invite. I'll happily play. I think one of the coolest things is if you don't have a full party, you don't have to like play with randoms. AI can actually help fill in for you, right? Or not AI, but like, you know, like the CPU in a game. So that's actually really cool too. All right. So again, for everyone else out there, we are trying to establish a health check instead of this like hacky like sleep and then a health check. Let's get that pushed up and see if it works. We need to update our client. Oh, no, not clients. This is in packages, test server, Docker file. All right, so we got that pushed up. Will it blend? All right, so here's our publish step. This is publishing the container to the container registry. We go to test here. Right? We're initializing containers and all that junk. Yeah, this health check is seemingly not working. Technically, it required 30 seconds of waiting, so... Oh. All right. So our health check needed to operate within the container, and it did, and then we see service is healthy, and we can move on. Awesome. So that means we no longer need, like, the 30-second timeout on this health check. So we can get rid of that health check entirely, actually. Which is nice. Ooh, this part's totally gonna fail because we're not even, like, running properly. But we now have a working health check. That is huge. The next step, we need to build out our PHP custom image, and then within that image, we need to then run our testing. And the problem we're having with this is it's somehow not able to see the service that we spun up via our service container. The thing that we totally made sure is now working and, you know, healthy. So we do the docker build t, docker run PHP custom. Let me double check that's the right command even. If we do the -it, I don't think it'll actually work. Let's double check within the PHP code. Right, we're doing that. I don't think this curl command is what we're expecting it to be. Right, so let's try and push it up and verify it real quick. Right, let's verify that it is not what we want. And we've been fighting this for like 2 days now. Oh, I forgot to commit. All right, so we commit this. Fix, clean up, hacky, health, check. The other part's meh. We do that push to Dockerize testing. And we're doing this within a branch so that when we finally merge it, we can like squash all of these commits that are just meh, right? Kind of junky. Oh, we didn't even set a command. I think it's fine. We'll find out. Let's double check what happened here. We expected that to fail. I think this run command is no good. When inside of Docker, I believe we need to be using test-server, which is the name established by this, where our service is, right? Test-server is actually what we get as a host that has been established by GitHub and how they run this. But there's something I'm missing for sure. So yeah, everyone from the raid, everyone just still chilling. Like, what are y'all up to? Anything fun? There is a thing to run GitHub Actions locally. Our GitHub Actions don't actually take long enough for it to matter. And I actually only have so much space on my hard drive. So running Act locally just isn't worth it for me. Right? When we were looking at it, yes, I am stupid. I messed up. And I only have a 250 gigabyte drive on this Mac Mini. When it comes to Docker stuff and things like Act, I'm not even sure of a good way to make it run off of an external drive. So yeah, I have to be very selective about what I actually build locally using Docker. So yeah, that kind of sucks. You're totally right, Freebly. There is Act. I think there's another thing we could run too. I forget the name of it. Han, so hi. Your brain is turning to mush learning Linux, Docker, and Kubernetes. I would say the Linux and Docker part are worth wrapping your head around instead. And then the Kubernetes is just extra. So yeah, Sergeant Pepper, Act is worth it locally. If need be, for sure. I forget what the other thing is, too. Yeah, I would say, getting Docker first is important. That said, if you don't use it often enough, you might never actually remember it anyway, so, it's a thing. If you don't use it, you lose it. Oh no! So, I'm basically out of water. It's only 7:40 p.m., so I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. Pour some more water. Not at the same time, obviously. And I still do want to keep hacking at this, right? We just pushed something up. Let's see how it's doing. Obviously, nope, it failed. Clean up hacky health check, though. We get to test some stuff. We get to look at it. The Docker build here. We're still failing on this check. Well, no. I mean, water goes into the whiskey. Makes it so I can actually sip on it, Kinslayer. But BRB, just give me a second. I'm going to go use the restroom, and I'll be right back. All right, so I am back. All right, one sec. There we go. All right. So I got more water. What's up, Mate? How do I pronounce your name? Sorry. I know I asked you at one point. Right? Is it Mate? Is it mate? Again, you didn't tell me anything. None of what you said there actually tells me how to pronounce your name. Again, like, I could just say Mate still because you didn't actually give me any hints about the pronunciation. You could tell me how to pronounce it. You're just lazy. English. English. We don't pick teams. They're not sports teams, man. Whatever one gets the job done. I don't prefer shit. I pick the language that helps me accomplish the goal. You will be a better developer if you think the same way. That's not obvious. No, like, come on. I'm gonna keep saying your name as Mate until you drop the fucking favorite language bullshit. Okay, Mate? I get it, Sergeant Pepper. His name is however he wants it pronounced until... Nope, English only. English only. His name is however he wants it pronounced. Once he drops the favorite language bullshit. Right? It's like if I were to ask, how do I pronounce my name in Spanish? It's still Christopher. Doesn't matter. My name is my name no matter where I go. No, your name is Mate. There is no translation for your name. Your name is what you are called. There's no translation of that. Your name is your name. Sure. Whatever. Yeah, I really appreciate my dad for that. For making that point when I was very young. When I was learning Spanish for the first time. I told him what my name in Spanish would be, and he was very adamant about, like, no, your name is your name. There's no translation of your name because your name is your name. All right, so we're looking at building this Docker file. Did we actually make it through the build? It looks like we did, right? Yeah, Docker build. Totally worked. All right, the from BS totally happens. We don't need the Docker compose part. Then when we go to run it, this junk happens. And then we go and try and do this local host stuff there, and we get a bit of an issue. Now hold on. Did I forget to modify this file? I did. Yeah, that curl command is no longer valid. Okay, so then when we do this, we can build out some of this. And Bob, hold on, what did they share? Were you guys talking about like act or whatever for like running stuff, like GitHub Action stuff locally? Correct pronunciation? I mean, I'm pretty sure Mate actually corrected us and said it's pronounced mate. So no matter what the correct pronunciation is, according to someone else, their name is their name. They decide how it's pronounced. If they want to say their name is pronounced mate, then their name is mate. Right? It falls right in line with how people want to identify as well. It is part of their identification. It is part of how they identify. The only correct way of referring to that person is how they identify. Yep. I'm okay being incorrect until they abandon the whole X language better than Y language type mentality, which I don't think they're really saying, but just pointing out. I will do it on purpose for reasons. All right, so hold up. We've got something wrong with what we're doing here. Yeah. The language that pays the bills is correct. If you're unemployed, that language doesn't exist. Oh, hold on. Let me look at my fantasy football team. Oh, they are not doing good. Come on, George Kittle. Do better, man. Ah, my entire team is screwing me right now. I'm winning, but only because I think they haven't had their whole team play yet. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. All right. So let's get back to this. So if we comment that the Commanders or whatever, they got wrecked. I didn't realize the Commanders were playing today. I've just got like Kittle on San Fran, and he's not doing shit. Which is a shame, because I really only care for him to do well so that he gets really good cards in Madden, because I really like the way he plays in Madden. Right? He always has good run blocking and, other stuff. Washington lost to Dallas. Oh, hold up. The Cowboys got me 16 points as a defense. I'm okay with that. All right. Okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. Dude, Cowboys did good last week, too. I'll take it. But yeah, how you doing, DPQ? Mr. Sir. Hold on. I need to do one quick thing. I need to take a screen snip of this. Oh. There we go. One sec. All right, sorry. I just saw a Dax Rad, Dax on Twitter post in which he had a poll. And the poll is actually the least important part. The ad that it showed was dogs pooping in beautiful places. That is the most relevant ad towards a Dax post I've ever seen. Right? Twitter has nailed the exact ad type that should go with a Dax post. All right, so we do want to comment this out. Now, what is our current status? We want to add that Docker file, but hold up. In this test.yaml, Docker run command in container, Docker exec. Yeah, I want Docker exec for this. Docker exec, the container name, and the command. Yeah, so Docker exec container name, and then the command we want to run. I think I want to wrap it in quotes. And then from here, could it just be the health check? That might be the right move. I think that's actually the right move. Let's try the health check. But within this, I think it needs to be test-server. Try using Docker directly instead of Docker compose. Boom. All right. Am I going to pour another beverage? Yeah. It is getting a little bit late. As evidenced by the amount of whiskey left. Field trip to the liquor store? I mean, we go to grocery stores here in Washington now. This isn't Oregon. No, I got enough whiskey for tonight. I think. It is about time for food, honestly. Yeah, with the amount of whiskey I got in me, it's probably about time for some food. But, now we need to double check what's going on here in my pipelines. Something is up, man. No such container PHP custom. What? Okay, I might be over it sooner than I thought. Ooh, naming to that instead of what we thought. Okay. Hold on. Do we try this one at least and then see what happens? Like, yeah, I'm expecting to still fail. So you might be asking, why am I putting in all this effort to do it this way? Because to build out the one true Docker container is way too much work. If I could operate within the Docker, or technically within the agent given to us by GitHub, that is so much better than creating my own custom agent for all this stuff. Or not even agent, but just like container. Like nightmare material. So, yeah. I have not tried out Act yet. I don't think Act would actually fix it. Also, I don't think I have enough space on my hard drive for Act. Last time I pulled down Act, it was like 30 gigabytes. As far as like spinning up the container. I don't have space for that. Maybe I'm wrong. The last time I tried to run GitHub Actions locally, yeah, that container's like 30 gigs. They contain everything and the kitchen sink. Which is nice for us as a consumer when we want to launch a GitHub action and we expect some stuff to just be there. But if you want to run it locally, ugh. I could be wrong. I don't have enough space to test it. I have 18 gigs free on this terribly tiny drive inside of my Mac Mini. Yeah, and then I'm just debugging local Docker networking instead of GitHub Actions networking. They're not the same thing. Yeah, I don't even think it would actually help because we've gotten a lot of this stuff to work locally. Right? Our containers basically work locally just fine. Whiskey. It's always whiskey. All right, so I'm tapping out for the night. I think my next attempt is to spin up a separate service container, even though it's just for our PHP bullshit. My goal is to spin up a separate service container that I then run some command in as a separate job. And maybe that job can run concurrently with the other, like, Bazel stuff, and then we're good to go, right? Like, no problem? I think that's the move. I think that's actually the next step, right? We spin up the PHP container and the Elixir container as their own separate, like, service containers that then just run our tests. I think that's it. But while we are building and testing this tomorrow, I also can start spinning up the Python SDK. Because, yeah, 3 days in a row of spinning my wheels on GitHub Action BS. I don't work in DevOps. I'm not a DevOps engineer. I just want this shit to work, man. So yeah, I might have to, like, do something else so I don't burn the fuck out on this project. And that something else is spinning up the Python SDK, in which we'll probably have to spin up its own, like, Docker container, like, service container to test stuff against. But that's, like, way down the line. We got some Python stuff we can just run to make it happen. So I think that's our next goal. We're going to keep hacking at what we got, and we'll keep spinning these things up behind the scenes while we hack out the version 1.x of our Python library. And I think we're good. And I expect that there's actually going to be Bazel build rules for this Python library BS. And we might be good to go. So I don't even know if we'll have to spin up a Docker container for the Python stuff. It's just the PHP and the Elixir that is not Bazel compatible. I'm willing to bet someone has put in the work for Python for Bazel stuff. If not, we're going to go Docker-based again. And the nightmare continues. So Cotter, we were digging into that way too much today. If you'd like to put in some effort on that, are you going to be here tomorrow? I mean, you know what I'm going to be doing. I'll be here tomorrow. I'll be here Saturday. I'll probably take Sunday off again, right? Just to, like, get some shit done. I gotta finish editing that YouTube video that I'm so close to done with. I just recorded the segment that I needed yesterday morning. Yeah, yesterday morning. And, you know, like, yeah, so Sunday will be, like, video editing and possibly recording the next video type stuff. So Sunday is basically a day off. Tomorrow and Saturday, though, I would happily welcome some help. We had some other people helping out today, and they really helped out. It was awesome. But yeah, at this point, let's go find someone to raid. There's the Coppinger. There's Chi-Chi Impact. Oh, he's playing Genshin, though. All right, let's do a stream we haven't rated in a while, and they only have 2 viewers, so... Wait, hold on. No, hold on. Their stream says they're doing web app development, but they're playing a fucking game. Change your category, man. They're playing like World of Tanks or some bullshit. Yeah, no, I'm not rating that. Dude, you make the category look bad with that shit, dude. Fuck off with that. I almost want to unfollow because of it. I'm not going to, but Jesus, man. Let's go raid the Coppinger. Dude. Some fucking dick is playing World of Tanks in the software and game dev category. Like, dude. So lame. So fucking lame. Yeah, no, I'm actually gonna go unfollow that. Dude, it's the worst. It's just flat out disingenuous. I'm gonna go literally like, yes, I am unfollowing that channel. That shit ain't cool, man. Unfollowed. Like, dude, motherfucker. Change your category. No, they have their coding editor in the background, right? Their editor is in the background and their game is just a portion of the screen. Like, there's someone I consider a friend that pulled some shit like that the other day, and I massively disliked it. they had the gall to come into my stream and make a joke about what I was doing in Griffing and Chill. I'm not fucking up software and game dev because of it. Like, come on. So yeah, let's go say hi. Let's go say hi to the coffee chat.